Hi chat, welcome to another stream. How we all doing today? It is Sunday, December 7th of 2025, and we are back for yet another stream, doing some more Advent of Code today, and it's day 7, and I have learned a terrible thing. I say a terrible thing, but it's actually amazing, and it's going to make all of our SQL solutions way better. So I'm going to show you that real quick. But before we do that, we got some notifications to replay. We've got Beldathis, who has resubbed at 54 months. Thank you for your continued support. It's good to see you again. Appreciate you stopping by, as always. Even though you're French. No. It's good to see you. We also have Strongly Typed, who has gifted a sub to Major Tanya. Welcome to Septim, Major Tanya. Welcome to Septim. Which I think, did that get you a new badge too? Yeah, it did. Welcome to your new fancy badge. Let me say hi to everyone who's here, and then we'll jump into things. I'm still sore from my half marathon yesterday, but I did go running this morning, and I also went climbing this morning. And it turns out climbing takes a lot of legs, so oof. I'm a little tired. All right, let's see. Major Tanya was here before the stream started. Hello, hello. Beldathis was first today. Strongly Typed is here. Marsha's also here. Kevin's also here. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Wusa, welcome back. Major Tanya says, hi, chat. And Wusa says, hi, chat. Welcome to another stream. Right? Right. Kevin says, I'm very happy with my solution for day 7. Did one thing for part 1, another for part 2. Realized I can generalize part 2 and ended up with like 15 lines of code. Nice. Nice. Strongly Typed just got paged. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I guess it is what it is when you're on call. Okay. Let me show you the thing that I learned about CTEs that is going to make things... Why are these in a weird spot? That's going to make things way simpler. Spoilers, go away. So the way that I was doing things before was sort of unnecessarily complicated. I was always seeding my common table expression, my CTE, with a single row. So like, for instance, the first row here, select row ID 1, select n from nums where row ID equals 1. And then writing a whole shit ton of SQL to like manually increment this row and like do the computation, then go to the next row, do the computation, then go to the next row, and like sort of manage 2 for loops with a single for loop. Turns out I don't need to do that shit at all. I can literally just select multiple rows and do the computation on all of them at the same time. And it basically snapshots the table repeatedly until it's done. And I don't know why I didn't think of this, because I've been doing this for literally years. I think I just tunnel visioned on, I know this one thing works, I'm going to keep doing this one thing, and, you know, disregarding the absurd amount of complexity that trying to manage 4 loop variables in a single loop is kind of nuts. But it turns out I don't need to do that shit at all. Here, I'll show you an example. So here's an example where I have a bunch of numbers in a table, and I'm going to repeatedly triple them, but keep the original row ID so that we can figure out what the biggest one is. So let's say that we do row ID, nn.rid and nn.n times 3 from nn, and let's say we limit them to ones that are less than 100, while nn.n times 3 is less than 100, and then just select them all. So this should generate all of the multiplies of 3. I don't know, it's a fucking stupid example. But if we fix the syntax error, why did I write while? I think I wrote it and highlighted it and I was like, oh, yep, that's correct. If we write this out, ignore this part. We write this out, we get the initial seeded rows here, these ones. Then we get the first iteration of this, and you'll notice that they each doubled separately, or tripled separately. I didn't need to do any sort of state management to make those work. We get the next iteration here. You can see they're still tripling from the previous values. And then we get the next iteration here. You'll notice that some of the rows are gone by this point, because what, 36 times 3 and 45 times 3 are higher than 100, and so it cut those out. But like, I don't need to do any of the fucking state management. It just sort of works. So with this newfound knowledge, I'm gonna go back and clean up my other solutions, just because I think I'm aiming to do every day in SQLite this year, and then I'm gonna make a video on it. So I'm gonna improve the solution so that when I actually make the video, there will be it'll be simpler for me to explain. And I'll also be like the start of the video, the plan for the start of the video is like, here's all of the gadgets that I have, here's all the gadgets that I don't have, here's the basics for how each of these gadgets works, and here's how I'm gonna put those all together and then solve each problem. At least that's the plan. But this changes everything. I think it's funny that I'm like, this changes everything, and the last 3 days I've learned a new thing that changes everything. So I'm becoming too powerful. I think I might almost be good enough at SQLite solutions that, well, I already know that for some problems like Stripe's interview questions, I know that I was able to solve all of Stripe's interview questions within the time limits with the extensions using SQLite. And so I think I might be able to just generally solve problems in SQLite at about normal speed. Maybe. I mean, obviously not as fast as I can do it in Python, because I'm really fucking fast in Python, but I think it would be hilarious. The problem is, the biggest problem is I am slightly famous online. But I think it would be really fucking funny to apply to a company under a fake name and then solve all the problems in SQLite and then upload it to YouTube. I think that would be so funny. But I don't know how I would do that without violating some NDAs or whatever. Just put on your hacker glasses. Yeah, I think I would have to change the background too. Like maybe put up a green screen, put on the hacker glasses, and just be like, it's really sunny in my room. I don't know. I think the harder part is like applying to a job and getting the interview in the first place without leveraging my clout. Like it's yeah, I don't know. But I think it would be fucking hilarious. All right, anyway, I need more people to say hi to. Did I already say hi to Kevin? If not, oh, I did say hi to you. Welcome. Kevin says, bailed on Janae and did it in Ruby because 6 a.m. Kevin didn't brain enough. Makes sense. Wolford's here. Hello. Wolford, what the hell happened, my guy? What happened? When you have time for the easy way to do SQL CTs, I mean, it'll be part of the SQLite solution video, but yeah. For some reason, while in SQL strikes me as cursed. That's because it was a typo. Yeah, that's true. Strip club as a background. I don't know that that's the play. Hey, where are you doing this interview from? Oh, they have a great lunch buffet. Have you seen the videos of that one guy? That does not narrow it down at all. If you got the interview, they probably know it's you at this point. Yeah, that's the thing, is where I would have to create such a good fake persona, or maybe like, I don't know. Some companies just look at resumes and don't actually do the secondary search into stuff. So I could like make a fake resume and maybe get to a coding around. I don't know. Kai? I don't know who that is. I know a person named Kai, but not that Kai. Wolfer says I'm still not over it. Well, it's only been 1 day, so. And Ohio State's probably still going to the playoffs, so it's probably not going to matter. But Emma's here. Hello, hello. How you doing? This club got free high-speed Wi-Fi? Imagine. This dancer over there is cracked at SQL. They've been teaching. I don't think that's a good idea either. Kevin says, not gonna lie, if you're showing up to an interview with hacker glasses, strip club background, and ace the interview in SQLite, you're instantly promoted to distinguished engineer. Oh, it's the senior JS. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I know that channel. Of course I know that channel. Okay, but before we go and improve all of our old solutions, we need to do day 7. So let's get this going. I haven't, my computer has not moved since yesterday. I mean, it's moved in theory, but not in that way. Cool. So let's do this. We've got a tree. I don't actually know what we have here. A lot of dots. Not that many lines though. All right, let's look at the actual problem. Do you turn off your computer when you're not on it? Usually, but sometimes I just forgot. Apparently people just leave their computers on for months. I shut down my desktop almost every time after stream. Because it saves electricity. But if I'm not using it, I don't need it on. Although I guess a lot of computers nowadays, like sleep mode is basically the same amount of power as off. Okay, laboratories. Teleportation. Uh-oh. Why did nobody tell me my ass is this big? Teleporter seems to be leaking magic smoke. Amazing. Error code. Oh no. Your puzzle input. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. We're splitting here. Okay, I'm already thinking ahead to SQLite here, which is problem. Is part 2 gonna be like it actually does the diagonalness of this? Mouse6, hello. Windows anyway, it probably reboots during the night to enforce updates. Yeah, but it only does that every patch Tuesday, which is like, I think once a month. So it's not a big deal. Okay, let us find small input and do part 1. So, in this we really only need to parse the positions of these doodads. And the position of this, and then we just run a loop until it's done. This doesn't seem too bad. Hapti5, hello. Love your crop top. The innocuous refactor broke the code. Yeah, that happens. Wolver says, I just want to state I got nerd sniped and realized that BSTs are actually easy to implement. Binary search tree? Is that what the BST stands for? I assume. Like parser code is the worst and you write so many more tests? Yeah. Yeah, parsers are, yeah. Orphan of Cthulhu says, hello, just saw that you're doing the problems in SQLite. Yeah, we're going to do them in Python first, and then we usually do them in SQLite afterwards. Hapti5 says Reddit. What? I'm not Reddit. What did it say the answer for this is? 22? 21. So the problem is actually how many times is it split, not how many times are the beams happen. Do beams join with other beams? Yeah. So beams join. So it sets. It sets. You have cursed golfed version in Ruby? Oh boy. Okay, so I guess the S is always on the first line. We actually probably don't even need to parse. We could probably just keep the lines. Lines 0 dot in, I guess we could say first end lines. We don't need the slice there. I mean, there's technically a slice. First star lines, yeah. First dot index s. So we need to start by moving it down. Well, no, we first need to figure out if we were at an arrow. Yeah. Oh, I sort of need to know the previous line, don't we? Why am I braining about this? This doesn't seem like... I think I actually want to do it like this. Oh, can it go out of bounds? What happens when it goes out of bounds? I guess it can't here, so we don't have to worry about it. Can it go out of bounds on our actual input? We would need to search for this character at the end. And there are none. There is always a dot before the end. Okay, so we don't need to worry about bounds checking. Otherwise, we just new positions dot add position. And we need to record the number of splits. I feel like that's sort of it. Need annotation. Oh, we need to do also this. Positions equals new positions. Is that going to be enough to teach my pi? No. Of course not. All right, we get to do a little gamble. Ashley says, "Are we winning?" Hell yeah, we're winning. Well, you get to decide. Are we winning? You have a new badge. What happened? What happened to your old badge, Ashley? What did you change it to? Dragon Simi. You just won a Steam Deck giveaway. That's kind of cool. You have a different chat badge. You had something else before, but I don't remember what it was. I just know that it was different. Songfish is here. Hello, hello. Space Bear is also here. Welcome, welcome. Escalators, escalators, escalators? What? Hey, what does our prediction look like? Wow, we have... Wolford put 14k on no, and Wusa's got 69 on yes. We got a lot of doubters on this one. What the hell? What the hell? Why are so many doubters? It's starting to make me think that this problem was harder than it looks. We'll find out. Why the doubt? I don't understand. Okay. Hello? Musa, how many points did you win? Wilfred says, let me down for once, please. You won 20k. Nice. Good take home there. All right, part 2. Each time a particle reaches a splitter, it's actually time itself which splits. At one timeline, the particle went left, and the other timeline, the particle went right. To fix the manifold, what you need to know is the number of timelines active after a single particle completes all of its possible journeys. Oh, so it's every possibility, I guess. So it's really just a multiply as it goes type of problem. It's not too bad. So you just need to keep track of the number of the sums of the multiplies at each position instead. And then update them as it goes. Well, for instance, I always take the under. It's a risk I'm willing to pay. But you saw the test pass. The test. Captain Chica says, why is never code of advent if we know we live in simulation? Wait, what? Mila, hello, hello. Yeah, so we basically need to, instead of having a set, we have a Wiktionary. We can even use a counter. We could even use a counter. Oscar Allen, hello, hello. How's it going? The Lumen's also here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think we can just use the Wiktionary. We can also use a counter. We'll use a counter for the fans. We'll use a counter for the fans. Stonkfish, you have 100k? God damn. God damn. Um, mm, 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 mm. So what do we actually do here? What do I actually do here? New positions. This plus equals val. Is that simple? Is it that simple? Babby Hoarder is pretty dope, yeah. Wilfred says I should get out of bed and code today. Why can't you code in bed? It seems too simple. Perhaps it's not. It's Gamba time! It's Gamba time! Keg's here. Hello, hello. How's it going? Check time, it says 45 minutes debugging a one-line fix. Oh boy. Kevin says, I usually make my best commits while taking do you just like have laptop? I guess that actually would make sense. How do you type though? Like between thrusts? How does that work? I don't know why I'm thinking so hard about the logistics of attempting to commit to a Git repository while copulating. Narf, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. You're just silly. What is this escalators meme? Is this something I don't understand? Wow, we're all so timid to bet now. Lord's got 281 on no. Mila's got 1,000 on yes. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay. We're gonna use our new dangerous knowledge to do this in SQLite. And then we're gonna fix the other ones. Oh man, I need an annotation for new positions. Yeah, the old shovel and code, Kevin. Speaking of non-double entendre, it's shoveling. My neighbor shoveled my sidewalk again. So now I owe them a sidewalk shoveling. Oh, we get to see Kevin's Ruby. Oh, this is just fairly normal. This is fairly normal Ruby. This is the non-golfed Ruby, I assume. This is the non-golfed Ruby. Done recursively, though. Oh, this is part 1 and part 2? This is part 2. Or equals? Does that do what you want? I don't. Can you explain your solution? I'm not Brian it correctly. Timeline counts. Oh, I see. So part 1 is the number of splits. And you only think about when it splits. That makes sense. Makes sense. And then your cursed solution. Okay, I understand it now. I understand it now. The cursed solution. Motherfuck. Truly a solution of all time. Nerf golfed it in bash. Interesting. Interesting. This is your golfed bash. Uh-huh. Interesting. Cursed. What is map file? Wilfer says, all that money and y'all don't have snow blowers? I prefer manually shoveling as opposed to snow blowers. One of my neighbors has actually most of my neighbors have snow blowers. But I know that the next door neighbor does not have a snow blower. What's the shame clip? Is this where I explain the double entendre? Probably is. Oh. It is. Yeah, that's where I explain my brain broken version of shoveling. Memoized assignment. Oh, cool. Cool. It's like set default in a way. It's top down DP. That's what you're. That's nice. The real curse is using $S and $dot for S and dot to save one character for literals. Oh man, what the fuck? Mouseic says somehow the bash looks cleaner than the Ruby. It kind of is. It kind of is. Map file reads lines into an array. Ah, nice. Nice. Yeah, Stockfish. Okay. So. I think honestly, I'm not going to use any of my new tricks in this sqlite solution, unfortunately. I think this problem is actually pretty straightforward. We will use one of my new tricks, which is to parse the lines. I showed Jenny my DP skills this morning after solving day 7, but she wasn't impressed. Hey, what's up, Belwada? Hello, hello. How's it going? Okay, we will be using one of the tricks, but not the not the I don't think we'll be using my with recursive trick. But we will use the lines parsing trick. Emma's gotta go. Going to decorate a tree. Ooh, fun. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you. Also, I learned that string here is wrong, and this should be varchar. Otherwise, string is actually just a numeric type. Which is slightly cursed. just slightly cursed. I think the biggest one I had in the bash golf was reducing to a single row in the accumulator array A. Realized the nature of the input, let it be accumulated in a single row width of numbers. That makes sense. Kevin's going to bed too. Thank you for stopping by. SQLite, so types are just like your opinion, man. Yeah, but it does change the JavaScript like coursing that happens. I forgot to actually commit this. Let's actually do that. Let's actually do that first. I think it's actually that the types don't matter. So if you have like create table T with column wat of type wat, SQL's like, yep, I got you, bro. And then if you do insert into T values, obviously a string. But if you ask the type, it's an integer, of course. This is what I'm trying to avoid. But there are actual coursed types here. And it's different if I create table U with wat of varchar, insert into U values, select star from U. I'm actually going to get the string back. Select type of wat from U. So an unknown type is actually treated as numeric. So as absurd as this commit message looks, yeah, anyway. We found this out sort of accidentally yesterday, I want to say. Okay. I'm going to make a small input, since that has been how we've been solving these before. It's too small, and if we run it, should have the lines parsed as we do, which is pretty cool. NFTE says, I've solved every other day this year, both parts relatively easy, but today I literally don't even understand the problem for part 1. I read it like 10 times, but I can't figure out how to count 21 beam splits in the example. Am I dumb, chat? You might not be dumb. There is a very specific, careful part of the reading that you might be missing. Which is this part here. So even though these two bad boys would in theory create 4 things here, they're actually only creating 3. But I believe it's mostly just like counting the things that get hit. And you can see like this one did not get hit. That might be it. Yeah, that might be it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You might not be dumb, just blind. Well, admittedly, that was the first thing that I was like, huh, this would be something Eric would do. Which one is it? And then figured it out from there. Okay, yeah, but we've parsed the lines, which is awesome. So now we can do our with recursive. So How do I want to do this? I think we're gonna get cheeky. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so with recursive NN, what do I actually need in this? We need our total. We need our row ID. And we need our positions, I believe. So we're gonna do kind of an old approach to this. Select 0 row ID JSON array inster s of s from lines where row ID equals 1. Let's make sure we got that so far. We got an array containing 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So strings on sqlite are cursed. They're wood indexed. So we'll just keep them one indexed. What could be wrong? Nefty says, "Oh, I am blind. I didn't notice the 5th splitter on the bottom row was not even hit by a beam." Aha! It is a matter of being blind. Yeah. Okay, so now we do union all. Songfish says, "Why is doing this in SQLite making me feel anxious?" I mean, it's making the gears of my brain turn. So, I get it. I understand. So the first column is n.total plus a subquery. From JSON each nn.positions where soon Anthony is going to make a compiler in SQLite. Rewrite Rust in SQLite. See, I was thinking about making a pre-commit hook written in SQLite, but the problem is there's no good way to get argv. The closest workaround that I've found would be to do something like this. I think the worst part is that you can tell that I've put some thought into this already. You would have to write out like your arguments like this. And then you could write a piece of SQL that's like this, and then insert into input, select value from JSON each, read file argv.txt. Then you have to pipe it in. Such table input. What do you mean? Oh, it's called argv. The fuck you mean no table input? Did I make the mistake again? I did. Holy fuck. Alright, do this, then do the pipe, so that if I up again, it's fine. Yeah, so anyway, you could write out this argv, read it as a file, interpret it as JSON, and then from there operate on each file. Or each argv, do argument parsing and do whatever the fuck you need. It's kind of annoying though that I have to both write a file, pipe the input to make it work. So I can't, it wouldn't just be the sqlite command line. You'd need other bullshit on top of it. And the sqlite command line itself doesn't take other arguments. Last I checked. Yeah, it's like file name bracket SQL, where the file name is the database. And then SQL is, I don't know. But it means that I can't pipe in, I think. But sad. Anyway, I've maybe put too much thought into that already. Why is there dash dash then? Treat subsequent arguments as options. I don't know. Because I couldn't find a way to read them, so I don't know. Bellana says, I have a question that comes from my current dilemma. Do you have a tool that you wrote, but it belongs now to your ex company and you regret writing it? I have several that I've sort of lost to the sands of time. One of them being, well, I mean, Chris and I lost this one. No one maintains this anymore, which is pretty sad. Oh, Yelp Beans, yeah. Why does it keep getting updates? Is it Pigment CI? No, people are actually working on it? No, it's gotta be Pigment CI. Oh no, it's Dependaboy. This one, I don't really regret creating it, but I wish I could work on it more actively. I do actually have release rights to that one still for some reason. Man, why is this still getting updates? I don't want to know the answer. There's a few things in Yelp. There's a few things at Sentry. None at Lyft though. None at Stripe. Thank you for the resub at 37 months. It's good to see you again. Yeah, don't worry about spoilers. I'll see you later. Gprof to dot. I think that one's a cool one, but I didn't make that. I just unbroke it. But they're at least open source. Oh, I've lost so much stuff to closed source. Man, I've lost so much stuff to closed source. I've made so many cool things that I just will never get anymore. Like I made this thing that plots CI times as an SVG at Sentry. And it is in a gist somewhere, but unfortunately, I can't log into the account anymore. And the only public gist is this mypi.ini thing, a user script that I wrote, and An all repos fixer for git.io. Why does this have comments? Because some random person stumbled across this and I don't know. Click on the button. But there are private gists here that I can't see anymore. So they're fucking lost. They're open. They're source available, but they're lost to the sands of time. Leon CV says, do I need assembly for computer architecture and operating system class? At least based on my experience, the operating systems class did not use assembly. But almost every computer architecture course will teach you some assembly as you take it. I don't think they're prerequisites in any way, but you will at some point. Okay, anyway. We need to JSON each positions where subster select S from lines where row ID equals nn.rid. Value 1 is equal to caret. That's our accumulator, row ID, and positions. This is going to be the tricky one. What is the function? It's like JSON aggregate something. JSON group array. Yeah, this I'm thinking I'm thinking clever here. We need to value plus coalesce. We'll call it D actually. D null, D 0. From JSON form, from JSON each nn.positions, left outer join. That is the highlighting fucked. Left outer join split me on on this condition. On this condition. Holy fuck. What the fuck is this? This needs to be less than or equal to. Left over join? What the fuck? I keep getting bamboozled by the highlighting. Oh right, we need to group by. Is it gonna let me do that? Yes, but it is not. Did not work. Why did it not work? Nifty says, what should I do to get better at SQL? I'm an ORM lit. I write queries? I don't know. I also don't think most people should write manual SQL, but... Leon says, do you like web dev or do you don't care for it? I think that's all I do. I mean, I mostly do tool development, but I also... Yeah. Leftover joint, someone's hungry? Yeah. I may have discovered something cursed in SQLite. There's a .shell thing. Yeah, the .shell it's cheating. Obviously, I could just shell out to something, but I did know about that. Or where is it? Where's the? That's clearly not. Where's the fucking? You'll notice I'm like not using any dot commands at all. Because I feel like dot commands are cheating. I mean, I'll use them when I'm like debugging, but the solutions don't actually use any of the dot commands. What does shell do again? Yeah, it runs it in a system shell. Yeah, obviously that's cheating. But I don't use any of these in my actual bits here because that'd be cheating. There are some interesting ones though. Oh, there is a dot print. Does it work in triggers? Hold up. That might be helpful to debug a trigger. Create table wat. Create temporary trigger t. Do I have the syntax wrong? Probably. Create trigger sqlite. Create temporary trigger. Yeah, I think I have the syntax right. After inserts on wat begin and insert into wat2 select new dot wat times 2. Parse error, syntax error. Do I need a semicolon? Do I need a semicolon? I guess the answer is you cannot use this inside triggers. Wolfert says I'm writing a Debezium replacement as we speak, so I don't need fucking Kafka in my infra. Ayo. The NCV says, what do you think of LLMs? Do you use them to build stuff? Do you see the LLM? Where? Show me in the room where the LLM is. I think you can answer that. I thought that it solved the reading argv issue in pre-commit hook. No, it doesn't really change the problem. It just moves it around. Kexit has linked the file IO. What the fuck? The fuck? Oh, the C file. Yeah, I know about these. We're using read file in our solutions. but it doesn't help us with argv. But like this is obviously how I would do the file IO. But yeah. Some professors require students to use AI nowadays. Sounds like fucking shit ass professors. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, we were trying to figure out why this wasn't working. Because why didn't my join work? Am I tripping? Not inner join. I mean, I could double join, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. On n mod 2 equals 0. I forgot the word join. Table 1 has 1 columns, but 2 were supplied. Right. Yeah, that worked. That worked. Non-portable idea, proc self command line. The problem is the program wouldn't have started because it already errored. So yeah. I don't think there's a way to get argv and sqlite without writing them to a file and then reading them out. I think we're talking about 3 different problems right now in FT. One is debugging why my cutesy join idea doesn't seem to be working, but I think it is actually working. I suspect I'm off by 1 somewhere, which is fun. Because I guess let's try +5 -5 just to show that it's actually still working. So like the odd one stayed the same and the other one got manipulated. So that looks fine. So let's add a debug column and see what's going on here. What do we want to debug first? Probably the actual line we're looking at. So interestingly, we do split here. What happened when I didn't have the group me? Like, I know it looks absurd. The split is actually working correctly there. So that's what I don't understand. Like 8 got split into 9 and 7. So why did this group me not work? That doesn't make any sense to me. I think there's maybe a bug in GroupMe, or my understanding of GroupMe, or group by. Purple clouds, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. I mean, technically I could look at the length of this array and that solves the problem, maybe. Or the distinct length of that array. No, that's not right. No, maybe it might be right, I don't know. But the dumb fix is to just subquery. Dumb fix is to subquery, which is fine. We'll just do that. Group. Oh. What? Oh, because that was from the old code. Yeah. We still have this problem. What the hell? What the fuck? Something weird is happening here. Like if I don't group by, I get multiple values. If I group by, I only get the first one. What? Belletta says, I just realized it's possible in Node with Jest to set breakpoints in the source code of the app, and then run the Jest test and debug your code like that. If you're using Jest to hit it in a subprocess, yeah, but if it's in process, it should. This is really weird to me. This is really weird to me. Like, what if I use the other... What was the one? Group concat? No such file JSON concat. That's fine. The error makes sense, but I'm curious what happens if I do this. It just goes away. That's so weird. That's so weird. That's super weird. Surely another subquery can save us. The answer is yes. Subquery can save us. But what the fuck, why? That makes no sense. I don't understand. Why? Why do I need 3 fucking queries for this? It should have worked. Super weird. It's super weird. Super fucking weird. Anyway. Anyway, that's part 1. That's part 1. Yeah. Okay, so a small input. How did I fuck this up? There's a trailing comma somewhere. Oh, here. Yeah. So what was part 1 supposed to be? 21? Yeah, boy. Let's put it on the big inputs. Sick. Kegs is lurking. Sounds good. Sounds good. And I'm at the hour point, so I'm gonna go fill up my water. I will be right back, and we'll do part 2. I will see you in a sec. Hello, I'm back. It's time for part 2. Okay, so I'm thinking for part 2, instead of an array of positions, I just need to store the values at that position. And I think I can actually just seed that with all of the values. Maybe. Yeah, I think that would work. The fix wasn't enough, so I had to write a feature which fixed the problem. Sounds like a fix to me. So anyway, let's copy part 1 to part 2. Yeah, so I actually used a dictionary in Python to represent these, but I think we're gonna have an array of numbers. Instead. But how do I generate that array? Let's try some stuff. First I want to look at if we can get the indices out of an array. That'll make everything simpler. Fucking key value. Wait. Wait. You're telling me that fucking arrays are 0 indexed, but strings are 1 indexed in SQL. So cursed. So fucking cursed. Okay, but yeah, we can actually get key out of it, which is helpful. So we actually don't need total at all. What if we do this? Message function JSON string. What is the function called? JSON quote. I can't iterate a string. No. No, I can't iterate a string. Fuck. That actually makes this a little bit annoying. But we can do a dumb thing. We can't actually do a dumb thing. Oh, this is gonna add another. It's okay, we can pat it at 0. Shit. Hold on. Well, it's not what I wanted to copy. Did I forget that? Why did I fuck up? Oh, I have an extra parenthesis. An extra parenthesis here. And a missing quote there. Sloppy. So I can do this. Did I try JSON Derulo? Damn. I moved houses and lost a $30 bottle of face cream that I normally would have never bought because it was too expensive. Now I don't want to buy a replacement. Nice. Okay, so we can use this to seed our array. To seed our array, so let's do that. We don't need this. We just need this. We also don't need a select either because we are already selecting. Oh boy. Simply Scott, hello. How's it going? And we don't need this anymore. We need to figure out our thing here. This is actually key plus 1. It's actually key plus this comma value. This is no longer called positions. I guess this will. What did I call it in my Python code? Positions. Okay. Well, we'll just keep the naming then. Off by 1 because of the way shit works. Yeah. And then we need to do some v group by k. I do actually need the nested queries here. Oh, but I need to order by. Can you do this? It's not in the query. I think that'll work. Efic96, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I don't think this is gonna work, but let's try it. Let's change input to small. Replace, extra parenthesis. Yeah, this array should not change size. So clearly something is fucked up. Somebody Scott says, first time I get to watch you AOC. How have you been finding it this year? It's been pretty easy so far. I assume it'll ramp up at some point. I thought it was going to ramp up today, but I was wrong. So what went wrong here? What went wrong here? It's really hard to tell what went wrong here because I can't really see. I can't really see what went wrong here. I guess we can do. We can add a debug column, and then we can do. Let's copy paste you. Table has 2 values for 3 columns, right? That looks correct there. That looks correctish there. Because it shouldn't split here, it shouldn't split here, it should only split on the third one. What happened on the third one? 6, 1, 8, 1, but we didn't get 1 for 7. Oh, because we killed 7. You know what, this whole idea of keeping this whole wide array, I don't think I need it all. I think it just makes it harder to understand. But I should still get this the correct result at the end. And I clearly don't get the right result here. Nanox says, oh, you're solving this in SQL. Wrong you're, but yes indeed, welcome to the stream. So where does it go actually wrong? So I get 6181, that makes sense, so it should be value 2 there. And we still have those in there. Oh, it's gonna get all fucked up because they're not gonna be aligned properly. Yeah, so let's actually make this our accumulator, and I think that'll work fine. That will work fine. So we actually can use similar to part 1, where we do this JSON array, this and 1. And so then we have an array of value 0 is the key, plus this, and then value 1 as v. Preserves our KUI. And then we use value, we don't need the +1 anymore. 0 for our key. And let's get rid of our debug column. We might bring it back, but I don't think we need it if I am confident in what I am doing. No. Oh. Duh. Doing it in Roost and struggling every step of the way. I think you'll get there. All right, if we sum all these, 1, 2, 3, 5, 16, 27, 37, 39, 40. Cool. So then we just gotta do some value 1 from JSON each select we need to select the last row. I didn't seem to remember I need double parentheses. We'll leave it out and then add it after. Select position from NN where nn.rid is equal to select max row ID from lines. That should get us our last row. That should get our answer, assuming I add the extra parentheses here as expected. 40. Four 50972364130. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The question is, do I need the double query here? I do, because I need to group one level up. You know, this makes sense. This makes sense. Oh, what have I fucked up now? Oh. Okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh, I could have just done get checkout. Day 7 in SQLite. Okay, so let me recap the thing that I learned. Oh, it's Max trying things. I'll look at that later. Okay, so my newfound thing is what I was doing before to do state management with my CTEs, where's the cursive? I'm just rehashing this. I already talked about this earlier on the stream, but to give new reviewers context what I'm about to do. What I was doing before is keeping track of the row ID and the number. Let's say, for instance, I want to create triples of each of these numbers from 0 to 100 or something like that. What I was doing before is I was keeping track of the row ID and the number, and then doing one row at a time. So like doing this row and then moving on to the next one, and doing that one and then moving on to the next one. And so I was manually managing each row ID in this table. I guess I'll just write that out. It's going to be a little bit extra work, but I'll write out the full solution to that, even though this is a completely useless and silly example. So I had to do special management. Let's write it out like this. So this is like, have I reached my termination condition for that particular row? If so, then increase the row ID, otherwise keep it at the current one. Otherwise we do the same set of logic here. When we have to when we've reached the end of the row, then we need to select the next row. So select n from nums, where row ID equals nn.rid plus 1. Otherwise, we select nn.n times 3. And so this is like a whole bunch of fucking state management to basically fold 2 for loops into one. From nn, where nn.rid is less than, it might be less than or equal to, I don't know. Select max row ID from nums. And that would generate a table that looks like this. I have a semicolon somewhere here. And why is that insert statement wrong? Press error near, oh, I need the keyword values. Okay, yeah, so in this case, like, we're looking at row 1, we start at 1, we triple it, we triple it, we triple it, and then it gets too big after this tripling, so we move on to the next row. We got 2, we triple it, we triple it, we triple it, it gets too big, so we move on to the next row. We get 3, we triple it, and I am off by 1, so I need to put it less than or equal to this here. But you can see here that we've implemented the solution to this, which is tripling the numbers repeatedly, but we're doing 1 row at a time. And we've had to manage a lot of fucky-wucky state using these case statements and a bunch of extra logic here. But it turns out I don't need to do any of that shit at all. I don't need to seed this recursive query with just a single row. I can seed it with as many rows as I want. So let's show the newer way to write this. With recursive, we don't need as many state variables. We can just keep n. We actually don't need the row ID. I'm going to put it in there just so we can see it easier in the output. But we don't actually do any management with it at all. We can completely leave that out. We can just do select row ID n from nums. We don't need to do any special filtering or querying or subquerying here. Union all. Select nn.rid. We don't need to change it at all. And we can do nn.n times 3 from nn, where nn.n times 3 is less than 100. I think that's going to give us the same query. And if we do this, we get the same set of rows as we did in the old one, but in a different order. So like 1 and 81, that's our biggest one here. 4 and 54, that's what we got here. 3 and 45, we get that here. 2 and 54, we get that here. And 1 and 81, oh, we already did 181. And so if we wanted to actually get the values out instead, we would do, I don't know, nn.rid and max nn.n. And we can do the same thing up here. And so basically, oh, group by nn.rid. So basically we've gotten, well, and the old one has an additional bit of state management out too. So basically, instead of manually writing a for loop with each of its state variables, I can now just write a for loop across all of the rows all at the same time. Which makes everything simpler. Now, in today's problem, we did actually iterate by 1 row at a time because that's how the problem actually worked. But yeah. So anyway, using this new knowledge, I'm going to try and improve some of my previous solutions to make the code simpler, because I plan to put these in a YouTube video at some point. Assuming that I actually am able to solve all of them at once. But pretty neat, right? Oh, I realized that I don't need this in part 2, do I? I was thinking about that. we did sorting for no reason. So we do that, we do this. Yeah. Order by. Order by is not needed in this subquery. Beastwick, hello, how's it going? 3.5 million bits on one option and 13 million on the other? Are you sure it's bits? I thought you couldn't use bits and pulls anymore. I thought they changed that. Because people were spending absurd amounts of money on a poll. Which is why would you spend money on a poll? Alright, so we're gonna go back through all of the days and improve them. You used to be able to spend bits on polls, by the way, which is also crazy. Channel points, yeah, that makes sense for a many viewer stream. So let's look at these. So this is another example. Oh no, this one's not. This one's actually done differently. But I also think we can simplify this problem a lot. Let's see, what was this one? We're basically recapping all of Advent of code here. What was this problem? Oh, a bunch of directions. And this was the funny dial-y doodad. Yeah, so a lot of this is just parsing, which I think we can avoid the parsing entirely. Yeah, like we can make the parsing simpler. So let's think about how I would solve this problem differently now. Pay to win poll, yeah, tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah, it'd be an absurd amount of money. Be a crazy amount of money. So fortunately, it's channel points, which are worth nothing. So let's do create table dials and int, and then insert into dials. We're gonna JSON encode this. Select sqlite and replace L with minus and replace R with empty string. And replace new line with comma. I think. Yeah, so that's a little bit nicer parsing of the input. I don't think this problem actually changes drastically though, because we still have to progress through this one row at a time. We still have to progress through this one row at a time, but at least it makes the parsing not part of the computation, which is nice, I guess. And then we can do our positions. So now it'll look similar. Create a table, positions, pause, int. And we can actually do a little cheese here. Pad it with a 0, so we do no work here. Select and dot pause plus it's 1 indexed. Fuck. What's 1 plus null? What's number plus null in SQL? Probably null. No. Holla holla, we done boys! Heyo. Frozen Fusion, how's it going? You say my time is worth nothing? In Twitch terms, yes. Legally. Legally. So it actually has to start at 1. Where select n from dials where row ID equals nn.rid. Then we got a plus 100 times 100. That is a fun one. So this is column 1. And then rid plus 1. Probably need a where does not equal null. But I think this is a little bit maybe a little bit simpler. This actually doesn't drastically change. From NN 3. That might be right, actually. Might be right, actually. For this small input. 50, 82, 52, 0, 95, 55, 0, 99, 0, 14, 32 is our positions, and then our total answer is 3. We actually don't even need this table. We can just do this. And this is sneaky mod. Yeah, so I think this is slightly better than what we had before. What did we have for part 2? Pause, sign, rem, rest. What was I even doing here? Oh. Oh, I was literally generating every position ever. This is like weird, like hilariously inefficient. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Kexit? So this was a really dumb solution to this problem. Do I want a smarter solution to this problem? I feel like my part 2 in Python was not very smart either. Yeah, all this fucking math. I crave for chocolate, but there isn't any at home. Oh, and I guess things are probably closed because it's later there, right? It's Sunday? Oh, or just everything closed on Sunday? I feel like Moomy had a very nice solution to this one. Mine has a bunch of funky math, which is probably fine. If you haven't already, maybe next year do a different language every day. I did that in 2019, and it was fun for a while, and then I was like, this is just tedious. I also barely have enough time to work on these things, so you're getting a special treat this year that I'm actually spending the time to do these in SQL, purely out of stubbornness. I think I can actually do this here as well. I can implement it the same in Python as I did in SQL. Coding Gram says, "Where's the piss drink?" No piss drink today. No piss drink today. I should actually make sure that this still produces the same result for the full solution. Yeah. I kind of want the SQL solutions to match the Python solutions, otherwise this is gonna be a little difficult to understand. Although part 1 doesn't match it at all, does it? Actually, it kind of does. What did I do for part 1? I just wrote a little... Yeah, did that. Yeah. So let's do total. good. So this is where we gotta get a little cheeky. We gotta do this logic. It has a bunch of fucking wacky if statements. Case and dot pause. This is less than previous. Oh, does sqlite, this might actually be convenient that sqlite does dumb mod. Yeah. So we're actually taking advantage of dumb mod here to do this. Why did I need both of these conditions? Because an adjustment from 0 to 0. So previous is greater than 0 and mod 100 is less than or equal to 0. Then 1 sounds really dumb. So actually, I'm gonna write out all the case statements and then represent it as Boolean instead. Yeah, I think it's this. So instead of this, it's we're treating booleans as integers. And we're allowing dumb mod to do dumb mod things. So integer division, we go negative. Yeah, so this represents the Python logic. And then we just need the pause, which is we already computed from before. And this, so we just added a new column. 1. Obviously not. Okay, where did we go wrong here? So we should have added 1 here when going positive. We did. We should have added 1 when it became 0 here. And we did not. Like, is order of operations fucking me? What's going on here? See, that's perplexing. What if I do this? Oh. Shouldn't that should that not have gone here? It did. So why did it not get added? What the fuck? Oh, I bet or has a lower binding than all this shit, so I need an extra parentheses here. Or I can just plus, maybe? And 6 is the right answer there. Yeah. That works. It was because Nanox says I didn't like my solution to this. A lot of counting. Yeah. The original SQL that I wrote was just generate every position, including it going around the dial. This is similar to the Python solution, where we got this funny trick. Actually, if I mod this, no, that doesn't help us here. This is to make mod work reasonably. This solution technically fails if the dial moves by like a billion. But Eric didn't put any of those in the input, probably because it was day one. Okay, so this I think is an improved. What? What? How did I fuck that up? Whoa, what did I just fuck up? Oh. We still need parentheses here. Right, of course. Careful. Okay, go back to this, max total from this, and great. Very cool. Okay, so I think we've improved day one. I say that, but it is exactly the same number of lines of code. Oh, nope, it is slightly fewer because of this. One fewer line of code. Perfectly balanced, not anymore. Do I need this? Why did I do it then? How did this become not null then? What is abs of null maybe? Still null. How does this work? Am I lucky? Or am I stupid? I think I'm just lucky. Position starts at 50, it goes to 82. No, I don't know why I did this. I guess I don't need it. I think I maybe thought I needed it. Okay. Weird. Okay, sweet. Very good. Jord Cowman, hello, hello. Classic programming conundrum. Yeah, why did I do this? Okay, so now it should reduce it by more. We're down 3 lines. But I think like it's more in line with what the Python solution does. I think this is actually a bad one to show first though. Just because of all of this fuckery. I guess part 1 is okay. Part 1's not terrible. And like this probably all fits on 1 line now. So maybe it's not so terrible. Yeah. Unfortunate. Like, what if I change this to just 1,000? It still works, so maybe I'll do that. Obviously, it's less precise than the bigger number, but it's a big enough number. Yeah. I think this is good. I think this is good. And this one I can show how I can step through it, so that'll be nice for the video. Cool. Improve day 1 SQL solution. All right, let's go to day 2 now. Can typecast with printf? Yeah, I can also just cast. Like I do cast. Fuck. Like I could just do that, but that's way more characters than just writing 1,000 or 100 times 100. But it's fine, we don't need it anyway. What was this problem? This was the ranges problem. What was part 1? Part 1 was the repeating number. Oh yeah, this one was a funky one. But this one, my solution benefits from the new knowledge I have. So let's try and improve this. So before I had, oh, I didn't even. I did the parsing and the computation at the same time. So let's not do it that way. Let's parse and then compute. So we can parse with the JSON trick. And conveniently, the commas are already there for us, but we actually have to fix them. Yeah. Insert into ranges, select. How do I want to do this? Probably value 0. Big ol' replace. Plus 0 to int. That doesn't work. It's still real. Oh, why does this say simple already? Probably because I did not do this correctly. But slurp. Okay, that clearly didn't work. Why not? Oh, because I don't actually need. How did I? Oh, because I did it in the wrong order. Duh. Did it in the wrong order. Here we go. Now I should have it in columns, and now we can insert it in the ranges. Sick. Didn't I do this in part 2, but in dumb ways? No. Jesus fucking Christ. My god, part 2 is a doozier. Yeah. Part 2, I did a whole bunch of wild nonsense. But let's see. We can use my new trick, or my new knowledge of how to write this better, more betterer. What is all of this shit? Oh, it's the parsing. Oh, I see. Yeah, so here we're just adding the numbers. I forget, does day 2 allow us to duplicate? I think it does. It does, yeah. So even if it matches the same thing twice. That's convenient. All right, let's select S and E from numbers. Look at how much simpler this is going to be. Where nn dot s is less than or equal to E? I think. I'll call it n. I don't even think we need to where anymore. No such column S. Where I don't see an S. There's an S here. But there is an S. Oh, it's ranges, not numbers. Duh. I have no idea if this is the same numbers as before. Look. I guess we can see if the answer comes out correct. So we got 11, we got 22, we got 99. We got 8 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we have all the right numbers. Which means we have 23 in the output. So this is off by 1. Should just look for that. So that's one thing that makes this slightly harder to reason about, is they're interspersed weirdly. But this should be good now. 1, 2, 2, 7, 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, 4. Okay, cool. If we put the big input. Chugs for a while because it's pretty slow because it generates all the numbers, but there we go. You're so inconsistent with casing? What do you mean? What do you mean? Where? Oh, I should capitalize some. Usually for scalar functions, I leave it lowercase. For aggregates, I capitalize. These ones, I don't know why I did them that way. You're right. I'm mildly inconsistent. But it doesn't fucking matter. It's part of the jank. Isn't this way simpler than before? This line here is essentially this entire fucking chunk from before. Oh, it's so much simpler. My god, it's so the JSON parsing is also pretty nice. I do like this this cleverness that I've come up with. That's pretty good. All right, let's look at part 2. On the wrong day. I think part 2 we still get all the numbers. So this chunk becomes this chunk. And then we need to figure out whether we need to unfuckery the second part. Which I think we do because we have rid. And I think I don't need the real ID stuff here. But I think otherwise it's pretty close. Otherwise I think it's pretty close. I also don't need this here. I think I don't need this here. So that looks correct. I think I can remove this table. MD's Ubuntu, hello, hello. Congrats on your stream streak. Yeah, we don't need the, Keg is gonna go have air quotes fun? I'm worried because this is bedtime. This is bedtime where you are. What do you mean by fun? Oh, you're telling me to have fun. Oh, okay. You got a load-bearing comma there, Kexit. Pandoctor says regex only AOC when. I think some of the problems are harder to do in regex. I would need like Ruby's weird function called regex. I'm fucking crying, holy shit. It's like the old there's like an old Facebook meme that's like someone posting their status on the wall. This is the Facebook status because there used to be things as a wall. There was something like this. When they meant to say fucking A, grandma. This shit lives rent free in my head as another example of a load-bearing comma. But I don't know if I would ever be able to find it. But apparently Kegs is gonna go have some fun. You're not a gooner? Bet? Okay, anyway. Part 2. So I think part 2... Actually, let's make sure that part 2 still works. After I adjusted the numbers table. No such column L2. Oh, yeah. What was L2? L2 was the half of the length, I think? Yeah. Capitalization is load bearing and helping your Uncle Jack off a horse. Yeah. That's it's a great example, Pandoxer. Hey, what's up, the Devil Kid? Hello, hello. Yeah, and part 2 takes 5 ever because we're generating every number, and then we're generating every substring combination of every number. But I think we will be able to make part 2 maybe not faster, but at least simpler. Probably faster because we won't have to do as much state management. And so it should run faster, but this does take forever. Because it's generating every number, and then it's generating every substring of every number. Also, my Python solution is... Oh no, why are they slightly different? Fuck. What the fuck? Was my part 2 just wrong before and I just didn't do it correctly? I'll find out. We'll sit through this execution again. Or do I have a bug in this new code? Maybe. I doubt it, but it's possible. Or is part 2 unique values? Shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter, but we'll find out. Might have been that the original code is just wrong and we'll have to fix a bug. Oh, joy. Joyous joy. We'll find out though. Introducing a bug is easier than fixing a bug. I'm hoping that we introduced a bug. But I don't see how we would have. 10 stream streak, whoa! Oh, okay, we just introduced a bug. That's fine. That's fixable. So now I gotta figure out what bug we introduced. Which means there's a bug in part 1 also. But why? Let's do small input. I think I call it simple or small. Simple. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. And I should edit on the other screen. Oh. Right. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. So... oh. Here we go. So we should have 11 to 22. We should have 99 to 115. But we also have these numbers. Where did you come from? Oh, 95 to 115. Yeah, 95 to 115. And then we should have 998 to 112. Where did how the fuck? Where did the other ones go? Oh wait. No, I'm different. It's these right here. 10112. Yeah. Well, we should have 2220 to 2224. Yeah. I don't understand. Three eight blah 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 59856 to 862. What are these other numbers? Where do these come from? Oh, we probably have more ranges. We just didn't. 824, 824, 821 to 827. That looks right. What were these ones? 118855 80 to 90. Yeah, these numbers all look right. So what the fuck? What happened here? How did we lose numbers? Is this order dependent somehow? Or is there an off by one here? That's super weird. I'm gonna ignore it, and I'm just going to optimize the second part with the assumption that there was already an off by one in this, and the sorting in this column or in this table caused it to get fucky. That's what I'm banking on. Because this looks right. But I'm gonna fill up my water real quick. I will be right back, and then we will continue. Hello, we back. Um, so how did we do this before? Rest is the number. Oh, this is actually harder to represent in this way. We just need to not have the row ID, and I think it's fine. Yeah. So we get rid of row ID. So we no longer manage row ID. When rest is empty string and chunk size is greater than or equal to this, we don't need to manage this at all. This is chunk size. This is our array. And then rest. This is the select next. We don't need this case at all. Oh. We do need to keep the original number. Yeah. And then we just have to say chunk size is less than or equal to oh, we need L2 also. We also need to preserve those in here. And that looks a little bit simpler. No such column nn.rid. Why did I do this? We should just have the number. think we can just do this. Unrecognized token colon. Where the fuck is there a colon in here? Oh, should have been something colon. Known as such table. Rid. Why did I have a group by? Oh, because it was any of those numbers. So we instead group by n. This doesn't exist anymore. These are what? Oh, we're grouping by n, so we can't sum by it. Can you sum distinct? I don't think so. You can. You can. Four 174 379 265. Run it on the big one. Should take forever. That's kind of the point. I mean, it's not kind of the point, but it is a result of how we wrote this intentionally bad. Or not intentionally bad, but within the bounds of what is easy to explain. In line with how I did the Python solution, which is also pretty slow. But my God, not this slow. I think by cutting out a few lines, I may have made the query planner a little bit angry. But not blowing through RAM, so it's probably fine. Query planner is angry, yeah, very angry. We got a number. Is it 387-319-15928? Bless. Okay, so we had a bug. We actually had a bug in the original solution that was hidden by the ordering of the numbers table. And we fixed the bug by simplifying the code. We actually could simplify the code further to not need these cases at all by generating a separate table, which is every chunk size. But it produced the correct result. It did, because the last row in the numbers table was not a whatever the fuck mirror number. And so it luckily avoided that bug because there was an off by one in the termination condition. But when we generate the numbers in a different order, then it was hitting that bug. And so we have fixed that now with our with our nonsense here. I didn't know I could sum distinct, so I learned something today. It's write once code, yeah. It's write once code and it's hella slow, so it's fine. But I'm trying to improve these so that I can at least show them in a video. But I think this is good. Minus 40-ish lines here. Hey, what's up, Knowledge? Minus 40-ish lines is good, and we fixed the wrong file name here as well. Let's just do a little once over of the code as well. Make sure it looks reasonable. I wonder if I should also write these like this. Just because I think it actually kind of reads better. Should I write my CTEs like this? I think I'm gonna make a style decision. I think I am gonna write them all like that. But I'm gonna do it after. So we'll do those after, but I think I'm gonna write them like this. But for now, before we do that, I'm just gonna write them like this. First comment on the video, did you know this would be faster in Roost? It's actually, so like some of the SQL is pretty fast. Some of the SQL is faster than my Python. Due to reasons. But yeah, this seems fine. Is there parsing up here? Patrick says, do you know if there's a SQLite linter that you can suggest? There's like a million SQL formatters. I don't know if there's any good linters, but like probably shouldn't be writing giant queries by hand in general. Yeah. This is very cool. But I think there's a better way to write this. Maybe. At least there's a better way to write this without needing this and not needing this. So I'm thinking like generate all of the numbers up until a certain amount, and then this initial one is just join on the proper chunk size. Then I don't need L2. I don't need N. I don't need these. I don't need the case here. I don't need this. I'm gonna try and do that. I'm gonna try and do that. But let's commit this first. Let's do the small again. Is there a better way to do this? Select sequence of integers sqlite. I'm pretty sure generate series, there's no way that's going to work. Yeah, this is what I was gonna do. Dumbass, where are you gonna get, what the fuck is in my table? Logging in literally just to downvote that. See this number? Updated. Why is there fucking Python here? Why is there so much Python here? Jesus Christ. There's no way this works. So much downvoting. Was it capital numbers? It was capital numbers. Oh. Fixed. Generate series? Oh, it does exist. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, we do have generate series. Can we join on generate series though? This person gets an upvote. It doesn't say where it comes from though. But that's pretty dope. This is a new tool. This is a very helpful tool. What is the column name from it though? Oh, that is not what I wanted. Value, okay. it. It's a table valued function. So how do I join on it? From clause of a select statement. Like what I want is from wat generate series wat.l2 one to this. Bro. That's fucking huge. Yo? That's sick. Okay, so now you can even access start, stop, and step. Oh, that's cool. But I don't need that here, I think. Well, I could probably rewrite this whole thing using generate series. Now let's do this. So this just always is chunk size. Which actually, let's put it at the end. So we have our chunk size. So you go at the end. And then this goes away. We just have this. And this. Holy shit. We are so cooking if this works. Trailing comma. Message column L2. Oh, yeah. Message column nn.n. Oh, I guess we do need to keep the n in here as well. Four 4174379 9265. Two milliseconds? Yeah, it was a nice time, Major Tanya. God, I hope this works. If so, I've added yet another tool to the toolbox. Why does sqlite keep getting more nice things? What the fuck? I actually think this means that I can implement part 1 of one of those other problems without CTEs at all. The like dial problem. Part 2 I don't think I could, but part 1 I could. Yeah, so that does simplify things a lot. That's so sick. That's so sick. Yeah, there's no more case statements. This is so cool. This is so fucking cool. Okay, so what do we have the gadgets so far? There's read file, which is kind of neat. There's CTEs, JSON functions, not good regex. There's generate series. I guess this should probably go last. And then SQL smile. SQL is like playing a game and being done with the main quest. You just do side quests like generate series. Kind of. I mean, the entire SQLite solves are side quests. This is all just crazy fucking shenanigans. But this is kind of cool. This is pretty fucking cool. I learned this, but it's just normal SQL, so. Oh, the SQLite dev's doing side quests? I mean, I guess. That's just all programming, is adding small features over time. Okay, but I think I can implement this one without this at all. Just by using generate series. Actually, I don't even need generate series. I can do this with joins. So let's for the lulz, let's implement this one just with joins. And so we can do that with select 50 plus oh wait, we have to subquery at least. Not what I wanted. Oh, God fucking damn it. So let's actually get the small input again. Message column summed. Yeah. And so then you can say so this is the no version without CTEs. It is likely way slower. Yeah, it is way slower because it generates a huge fucking join. But it does it without CTEs. The way this works is it makes a giant triangle-shaped cross join. I don't think I'll include this or show it in the video, but it is kind of clever. But it is a n-squared algorithm. That's why it's a lot slower, but kind of cool nonetheless. All right, let's go on to day 3. Okay. What was day 3? Day 3 was the numbers. All right, and we have a generalized solution. But we implemented this really painfully. And so we should be able to simplify this down. But first, let's get the small input. And let's do size 2, just in case. $357, that's what we expect here. Cool. All right, so let's make lines. Replace new line with this. Wait, it's that simple. I assume there's multiple lines there, but Trust. So how did this solution work? What the fuck was I doing here? Okay. So we still need these things, but we don't need line. Oh, we left the debugger in here too. So good job, us. What was cares? I guess how did we initialize it? Empty string. And this is the line. We don't need rest anymore. So we get rid of rest. This becomes S. All goes away. This goes away. And we don't need this condition anymore. Get rid of all of those. We don't need rest. We do need n. We don't need our debug. When j is past the end of the search, then we add this, otherwise we keep it the same. So we still have a double for loop here, which is okay, I guess. But I think this works now. And this is the remainder of the line. And I think this just becomes this now. That was wild. Why did it work the first time? Part 2 of the simple. 312191 312191 077 8619. Sick. Let's do our full input. Start with part 1. Very cool. Very cool. So this is how we are incrementing j. I don't think this needs to happen anymore. Oh no, it does when we reset, yeah. Archangel. I think it's Archangel, but clever. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Okay, when this character is bigger than this one, then it becomes this. And this is just our loop reset each time. Does not fit on one line? It does, but not nicely. Yeah, there is a way to simplify down this further by not making the loop, like this is a double loop but implemented as flat loop. But I think it's actually gonna be harder to debug. Because it would essentially turn into like finding the character at the nth position instead of doing it this way. But maybe that's okay? No, because we kind of need the state from the previous characters, so I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. This seems pretty okay. Should this be equals equals? Yeah, but single equals, because that's how SQL works. Cool. Cool. Okay. State 3. Prove day 3 SQL. Did I leave it correctly? Yeah. Cool. Very cool. On to day 4. What was day 4? Day 4 was the maze problem. I don't know that we're gonna be able to improve this SQL one. Oh, because we didn't even use the CTE here. We did to parse. We did to parse. We can actually do this with the JSON trick. You can actually do this with the JSON trick. But I think I'll leave this one in because it's like a good example of how I used CTs to parse. But I could write this instead by converting the input into JSON characters or even booleans, like replace @ with 1 and dot with 0, and then loop over key value with JSON each to get X and Y coordinates. But I think this is actually easier to explain what's going on. And I do like this little funny join table here. Why did I insert or replace? Oh, because I needed everything to start with 0. That's why I did insert or replace. Yeah. Okay. So that one seems fine. What did I do for part 2? Yes. We are not going to be able to improve on this. This one was very cool. This one is like keep the entire state space and copy it each time. This one's super cool. Okay, so no improvements on day 4, right? On to day 5. What was day 5? Day 5 was ranges and numbers. I feel like the parsing of this can definitely be improved. JK, I did it as JSON already. I was cooking. Although we could simplify this down by making a separate table. And that would slightly make this easier to read. Just because it would all fit on one line. Let's see what that looks like. Rask, hello, hello. Rantavid, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is gonna simplify down a lot. A lot less crazy to read. And particularly Pythonics, also here with Rask. Hello, hello. How's it going? Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna trust that's working. What did I do in part 2? The same thing, but we don't need the rest of this. But let's do it anyway. Ooh, we had a word about here. Don't leave that out. And this is, I think, something that we can improve a lot too. Make sure we didn't break it yet. Error near order by, oh, because semicolon. Cool, so we still have the same number. I got nurse night by the rainbow brackets for Babby problem, forked it to make an implementation. I have the points for a code review if you're interested and happy to submit a PR. I mean, I'll review a PR for Babby for free. You don't need points for that. Oops, but I don't think I'll review it today. Robin says, notice the sequel to admin of code. Why do you prefer pain? I prefer comedy. I'm just taking it a little bit too seriously. Wait, these numbers are different. Oh, these numbers are the same. Yeah, this was the one with the error because we did the order by. Okay, so they currently produce the same value. So we're gonna temporarily add them. And this is where we're gonna be able to improve stuff using my newfound knowledge from this morning. If you wanted a joke language, you could have picked JavaScript. Ayo, true. Ayo, true. Okay, so what the fuck was this problem actually doing? Oh, we should do part 1. Oh no, part 1 was no CTEs at all. Yeah, so part 2. Actually, we can't improve part 2 because this requires state as we move along things. So I think this is actually fine. Brainfuck? Nah, I want my meme languages to actually be pleasant-ish to write in. Like this is not like completely like pulling teeth. Like this actually feels somewhat reasonable to write. Oh, but there was the thing where we could do max. Oh, we already did the thing with max. Yeah, I think this is one of the ones where we actually need this state in this, so this is actually done somewhat correctly. Like this is a sort of a while loop. Thinking non-imperatively is fun. Yeah, that's basically what the SQL stuff is sort of doing, which is also kind of neat. Yeah, so I don't think I can actually change this, which is fine. So Eric has a lot of problems where like for each line do this thing. This one is more like do it like you have the thing, the next thing modifies that, and they modify the ones before. So the ones in that case I can't really improve much beyond the parsing improvements, which I think is all I did here. It's just parsing improvements. Yeah. Emperador Limon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Improve parsing for day 5 SQL. On a day 6. Did we already do day 6 or did I just talk about it? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, this is one of the ones that I think can be significantly improved. So let's grab part 1, try and remember how the problem worked. Oh, this was the numbers one. This is why I even thought of this thing in the first place. It's like being able to improve this. But I actually need part. Well, we can add the white space because we need it in order to make the problem correct. So this is the parsing of the operations. We still need this. Why? Why do we need that? Nalixis, hello, hello. I'm doing well. It's been a bit. Good to see you again. How are you? When was the last time you were here? 2 months ago. Welcome back. How's it going? It's like, that's a familiar name, but I haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, so I can actually do each operation at the same time, so we don't need oprid. We still need this, but I think there's a way that that can go away too. But let's get rid of oprid first. So let's do it on small. I'm fine. Also been bussy the last 2 months. I assume you mean busy, but it's funny to read it as bussy because that's what you typed. I didn't just project that on you. You been a what? What now? Okay. Make sure we still have the right number. We're on day 6 now. 4277556. Sick. Great. So now we'll get rid of oprid. We still need line rid. And we'll do this. Yeah, it is annoying that this works the way that it does. But we don't have product as a grouping, so I think this code is actually the simplest it can be once I do that. But we can get rid of all these joins, so we can have op SL. Yep. Okay. All right. When the line ID is greater than the max, this goes away. This entire goes away for all of these because we don't ever loop around the line IDs anymore. We don't have this anymore. We just have this. We don't have this anymore. We just have nn.op, nn.s, and nn.l. We can get rid of this. We need to do that same thing here. No, those seem unnecessary. And now this looks way fucking simpler. We still have the weird like off by one dealio with the line ID. This goes away. I think this actually needs to be less than. Less than or equal to. Fuck. What did I screw up here? Fully qualify these. Okay, that looks like the right number, right? Yep. Okay. Sick. Sick. Is there a better way to simplify this? I think in part 2 I actually do something that's nice here. We make like an opsters thing and a numsters. So we might come back to this and simplify this down further, because I think once we simplify this, it'll be better. Oh, but part 2 is the pivoted numsters. Oh, you have a PR. Kimmy team, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. What tests are failing? Oh, you're missing coverage. That's why the tests are failing. It's whatever lines that you've added don't have test coverage. I'm not going to review it until it's green, by the way. Just because they'll save some back and forth. Okay, so I think this part 1 is pretty good. But I think actually, rather than doing this all over the place, I think it might actually make sense to make a numsters. Which is going to take oprid line rid and S. I hate reviewing PRs that don't pass. Yeah, I just don't bother. Insert into numsters. Select ops.rowid, lines.rowid, subster lines.s, ops.s, ops.l from ops lines. This song's looping, so we're going on to the next one. Okay, so if we look at our input for day 6, we have 123, 45, and 6. We have 328, 64, 98. We have 51, 37, 215. And 64, 23, 314. Okay, yeah. So I think this is actually a lot nicer. And then we can do select S from numsters where oprid equals ops.rowid and line read equals 1. And then this becomes select S from numsters where oprid equals fucking A. We don't keep that around, do we? Sick. Nice. XDLS, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So one interesting idea here is instead of doing it like this, I could like instead of having all of this nonsense, what if I did select op.op. Oh, we no longer need SNL, right? Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Before I do my fuckery, we can do a cool thing. Ops.op and array JSON group array. Numsters.s from ops inner join numsters on numsters.rowid. No, oprid equals ops.rowid. So this should give us we forgot to group by ops dot ID. Group is not in a select. Oh, it doesn't need it. Yeah. Yeah, that seems kind of cool. Yeah, I solve them in Python first, and then I go back and solve them in SQLite. Right now, I'm improving my SQLite solutions based on some stuff. XTL says, I have finals coming for an intro to Python course. I'm attending at university. I have some data I have to clean and make some visualizations on using Matplotlib. If you're at the finals and those things don't sound like something you know what to do, I'm a little worried about what you know about Python so far. Because that seems like something that would be pretty important to your course. Hey, what's up, JB Pratt? How you doing? How you doing? It's good to see you. How are things? So the only problem with this is initializing the accumulator value. But I'm pretty sure nothing multiplies by 0. So maybe it's fine. But I kind of like this idea, which will make all of this shit simpler. Also, I think I can get rid of line RID completely. But let's try this idea first. So with recursive and then accumulator. But how you been, JB Pratt? It's been a bit. Accumulator op and rest. We can start with this. Accumulator case ops.op when plus then 0 else 1. It's our initial value. And then all the rest of them. I'm good. Hope holidays are well for you, my guy. Lots of beer and desserts. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lots of beer and desserts. Mostly been a lot of beer and running so far, though. I forget whether this is allowed. I forget whether I can put GroupMe up here. GroupMe? It's shitty because I use an app called GroupMe for group chats for running. And every time I read group by, I now say GroupMe, and it's like, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Case when nn.op equals plus, then how do I pop a value out of an array? Time to write AR SQL where it's GroupMe instead? No, it doesn't sound like a good idea. This is... JSON remove takes a path. Okay. That's our accumulator. And JSON remove and then dot. What was it? $0. Hey guys, 989772. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing well. Robobato says hello, hello. How's it going? It's going all right. Tatsao, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We need you. This seems cleaner than this, but it kisses her on yourself. Fuck. We got this. It looks fine. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. We just added instead of multiplying. That was the whole point. So now it probably works. Yes. This seems kind of cool. This looks like SQL. It is. Any resources or learning C++? Not in particular. Yeah, this seems kind of cool. I kind of like this idea. It also, I think, works nicely for part 2 when we do the funky rotation. This part will still be the same. I can also get rid of line rid, I think, now, because it's never used. Looks like I'm trying to assault you with SQL. Yeah. 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 Probably. Probably. This needs to stay the same. I think this is right. I like the default theme of GNOME Terminal and Ubuntu. This isn't actually, this is close to the default theme, but I have highlighted colors instead. But it's basically the same. Also, my PS1 is slightly different for stream. But yeah, it's basically the default theme. This is VS Code highlighting. It's not VS Code, obviously, but okay, I don't think there's much better we can do here. So what the fuck? Oh, I see. Yeah. This is the funny substring of that line. Yeah, this all makes sense. Let's make sure the big input works on this one. Our improvements remove 20 lines of code. Yay. Prompt color scheme, green for that. So the colors are basically the same, but the default is how can I show this? Docker run. Probably with Docker. How the fuck do I get the colors part working? So the problem is I have the highlighted colors here, so it's gonna be slightly different. I am running bash, but it's not picking up the shell RC that has the colors for some reason. Because there isn't one. Because it's just the default one. And the default one has no colors in it. But if I do this not as user nobody, and then we add a user maybe? There's capital G. User wat does not exist. User add. Oh, fucking A. I gotta make it create the home directory too. Dash D. Home there. User add wat2 dash D home wat2. Why do I not have a fucking shell? Why do I not have a bash RC? Oh, because it comes from the skeleton. Okay, anyway. I can just show you what it would look like without it. What are the numbers for this? I think it's 40 instead of 90. Clearly not. Oh, is it this part? Is that the bright part? Yeah. This is what normal would look like, I think. I don't even think this is right either. I think those numbers not right. Yeah, so it should be 32 and 34. But also probably bolded. Yeah, okay. Here we go. We got it. This is the default one compared to mine, which is the bright colors. This is what the old default used to be, and they changed it to this at some point. Anyway. Does that... We did it. Mission accomplished. We can go home now. This is not the right day. What was I doing? Okay, I think I was pretty done with this. Barcelona is actually a bit room readable. Yeah, that's why I use it. This is specifically why I use it. How are you making games in Python? Pygame or what? I'm not making any games. I'm not making any games, alphabetic player. Sorry, alphabetical player. We're just doing terrible things in SQL. Yep. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to improve on this. So let's do part 2. Do you think they look into HCI concepts, choose default color palette? No, I don't think they do. And in fact, this doesn't come from the colors that are chosen in this don't actually come from Canonical either. They're inherited from, I want to say, the GNOME package for terminal, or no, probably the GNOME Basher C. So I don't even think Canonical picks these. They pick the theme colors, and they probably do some analysis on the theme colors. But I doubt. I know that the actual text files don't come from Canonical, because they didn't change anything between those two versions. The theme colors stayed the same. It was just the shell file that changed. So I had to change my shell file in response. Okay, part 2. I suspect that some of the bits of part 1 will be able to move over. So this should all be the same. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I have part 1 and part 2 open. Okay, I was like, there's no way I already did this, right? Okay, let's go back to the top. Okay, this looks the same through here. And look at the fucking nonsense that I had to do here. This is literally just the same as this, I think. Maybe? What did I even do here? What's the thing we used to search the previous used command? Control R. Control R. So I need to do the pivot still, I think. Which I did some like crazy fucking nonsense for here. But we can do it in a much nicer way now. So let's do that. Let's do that. I think up till here. Well, I think I want this, but I think I want pivoted numsters. So I think I'll do this and then I'll pivot them. I'm just gonna get rid of all this code. We'll call this original numsters, because we'll make a new numsters. That's the pivot. That way I'll be able to copy paste this code at the bottom. So how am I gonna do that? Well, let's do the small input so that we can at least reason about what we're looking at. Oh yeah, this terminal's ugly. Let's make a new one. Okay, so we have all of these. Do they have extra space on the end? They do. Why do they? Because I did that in part 2, but not in part 1? No, I did in part 1 also. What? Hello? Why is that different? Okay, they're the same now. Toogie Boogs! Hello, hello. How's it going? Well, many people seem to use the default terminal on macOS. I do, but I also hate being on macOS. But the default terminal kind of sucks ass. Toogie Boog says, are you doing the full admin code using SQLite this year? That's the goal, so I can make a really fucking shitty banger video. I think I should do the -1 in part 1 also. Okay, so now there should be just the column title. Yeah, that's all the diff so far. Okay, good. And we'll put this shit back later. So now we need to pivot them. You examine a feature of the default terminal that sucks ass. Type this and then use the arrow keys. Control arrow on macOS terminal. Without a whole bunch of fucking settings, it just doesn't work. There's just one example. Well, we're using the arrow keys. Well, you know what? Leave me alone. We gotta pivot these. We gotta pivot these. Alt arrow works, but not control arrow. Sure. There's no reason that control arrow shouldn't work. Like control C works. You don't have to do alt option C or whatever the fuck. What else is there? Here. I have like a whole fucking tutorial in the Babby README because of this. Mac OS. Yeah. These keybinds are all broken without fixing them. Just an example. Well, sometimes it's not even that it reads it. Sometimes it's just that they don't show up at all. Like I think control home and end don't work either. They just like spew nonsense to the screen. But I also rarely work on macOS. I just know that every time I do, I have to read like 14 different Stack Overflow articles to fix my terminal, so it sort of works. And then I hate working there, and so I don't. I avoid doing that. Okay, what do I need to do here? I need to get the nth character from each. So let's make sure that we've got the right strings to start with. So we need to pivot all these. Select ops.rowID. We know we need that in the output. And we probably need concat group concat what was the generate series? Yeah. This is probably off by one. No such column. Why did I write opsrid? Oh, yo. Yo. One. Oh, are the backwards? Oh, they're backwards. No! Why are they backwards? Fuck. Why are they backwards? It should have been 24, not 42. We can fix it. Probably still off by 1 though. Or not. 653. Wait, why is it still backwards but different now? Wait, what? What? Why is it backwards but different now? I'm so close, yet so far away. Oh wait, it's just a fucking, is it just fucking random order? No? Why are some of the numbers right though? Oh, because... No, that doesn't make any sense. Like this one's completely right. But these ones are backwards. What about this one? These ones are backwards. 581. Wait, this is just completely out of order. Oh, I have non-deterministic order. I have non-deterministic order. But why? Let's try the other way around. We'll keep the order of this table. Ooh, but... Can I just inner join this? We're gonna try that. Inner join ops on, and then inner join generate series 1 ops.l minus 1. As I. God fucking damn it. Why? Why are these out of order? This doesn't make much sense to me. Are they at least consistent now? Is space 1. I don't think I can put order by there. Subcore time. Syntax error near from? The song is looping. On to the next one. Do you use LSPs at all? Do you see one? Major Tanya's got the right thought process here. Oh yeah, this is superfluous now. 124, 356, 369, 248, 8, 32, 581, 175, 623, 431, 4. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bud. Let's go. All right. Okay. Hell yeah. And then we just need the gadget from part 1 at the bottom. So 3263827. Let's get the full input. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so this is all just the pivot, and then they're basically the same. That's super sick. That's so cool. Nice. I need to clean up the comments in part 2 and dead code bit. Okay, so this is the pivot. I think I can probably rewrite this back as the other query though. Where I had from ops. Yeah. Which brains better for my brains. 44 Warlock, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the bot. A bot answering your question. Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good. The bot does its job yet again. Find your stream very calming. I get that a lot. I hear I'm really good sleepy noise. Which, yeah. 44 Warlock, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with this. Minus 90 lines of code. That's pretty good. Improve day 6 sequel. And then we did day 7 today, but we also learned something since I wrote day 7, so let's make sure that we can't improve this further too. Look at it over here so you can see it all too. Yeah, the weird buggy subquery. It's not about your voice, it's rather about the programming environment, which seems intentional and doesn't have too many AI options. It has literally 0 AI options. Yeah, so this is just the I don't think there's anything to improve on at least part 1. About part 2, I doubt there's anything to improve here either. This little table is kind of cute. Why didn't I write it like this? I mean, this one makes sense. I had to do some extra work here, and I don't think this fits on one line. But we put this one on one line. Wait, why is the last one different? No, that looks right. I guess it's just some like slight inconsistent on the formatting. Like I could put from input over here too. And does this fit on one line? No, not quite. Oh, yeah, not quite. Scottish Kid, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I don't think I'm gonna bother with this improvement though. But we're gonna do the last thing. He is AI. Pretending to be human, yeah, beep boop. It's possible to do all development this way? Do you think I work differently on stream than usual? Nope. It's all the same, baby. Alright, so first to do is to rewrite the CTEs, so let's do that. Get grep dash L. So I wanted to reformat these to look like this, because that seems nicer. And it'll make it easier when I explain this in a video. Actually, I should just search for this, because then when it doesn't match, then we're good. And I probably could have done this with sed, but we're already here. It'd be great if I could spell though. Read the recursive $. So we missed one here, or several of them. All right, cool. Anthon intelligence, yes, Shreddark. Programming in different domains such as game development or mobile app development. I mean, I do literally all of it in my text editor. How much SQLite knowledge are you going to assume in this video? The plan for the video is to actually introduce all of the gadgets. And go from there. So like these are kind of the gadgets that I have so far. Damn dude, you're flying through this? Oh, I was mostly just doing human sed, human find replace. Just to reformat these. I guess I should make sure that these still work. Oops, fine. Get ls files SQL sort. I don't think you need to sort those though. Xargs replace bash dash c cd dir name. Let's do xc. And it's sqlite 3. Base name this. So this will give us all of the outputs. And I think if it just runs, I'm gonna assume it works. Markathon says, why are you using that text editor instead of my favorite text editor? I'm glad you worded it that way, because then I know that you're being sarcastic, but you have no idea how many people hop in my stream and you're like, why aren't you using Vim? You should be using VS Code. Why aren't you using Cursor? Like, fuck off, let me do what I want. Oh shit, I forgot to move my laundry along. I'll do that later. Yeah, this one is really slow because we do a really dumb thing, but it's fine. Fine enough. Do I sound that way? No, you're fine. You're fine. It's not you, AS. It's people that like literally just are like, why don't you use NeoVim? And like that's their entire personality, is like trying to get me to use NeoVim. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that since these ran, they're good enough. I do want to check that I didn't forget any of these. Yeah, okay. Okay, and that's what I wanted to get done for today. So a whole bunch of stupid SQL. Asking that about Cursor? Yeah, it didn't, I haven't added, well, did I add Cursor to the auto mod? Try it without with the space before the parenthesis, particularly Pythonic. It won't time you out, it'll just not let you send the message. But I will still see the message. Actually, I think I know why I didn't ban that word, because it literally is just a normal fucking word. Like, why do they name it Cursor? It's so obnoxious. Yeah, overloaded term, yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. But yeah, that's gonna wrap us up for today. My name is Anthony. I upload educational content to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/anthonywritescode. So go subscribe there and check out the videos. If you missed any part of the stream, those will end up on the second channel at anthonywritescode-vods, where they get uploaded after stream. So you can go check those out there. And join the Discord. That's where I announce streams. That's where we hang out. There's a bunch of other smart people. And if you want to ask programming questions, there's also a bunch of fun social channels as well. But that's going to wrap us up for today. Thank you all for stopping by, and I will see you around in the future. Have a good one, chat. Peace.